There we go. All right. So I've so we are back to the cat piss PS5, as I like to call it, because it smells like cat piss. So last stream I ended on the abject failure of removing the Wi-Fi module that used to be under the camera, under my VTuber base. So basically, the Wi-Fi module used to be here. Oh, I spit on the CPU. Oops. I'll have to clean this up. I'll call later. So basically, I had to do this off stream because I really need to get some of these PS5s out onto the showroom floor, so to speak, back to the market. So, yeah, basically, this was where the module was. Fan connector is unharmed, which is nice. It's a good thing to know, as with all the other RF connectors. Now, the underside, turns out that the short was coming from one of these two capacitors. And let me just zoom in and demonstrate. Yeah, so basically, it was either this 0402 or this 0201. That was, let me just change the shutter here. There. That was shorted, but the thing is, even though the capacitor did end up failing, what did that do to the Wi-Fi module anyways? So I believe that taking out the Wi-Fi module first was justified. Now, thankfully, you can get replacement ones from China for only like $16.50 US, so no problemo there. Now, the other thing I learned was how to properly clean these guys. Now, let's see, let's just keep it low shutter. But basically, you can see now that it's mostly a mirror finish. It's not there yet. I don't think I'd want to polish it to the point where it is a mirror finish, because at some point you probably will get to the sensitive part of the die. So just to get my fingerprints off of this thing, I'm going to just hit it with some alcohol. There. Yeah, so whoever said that Kim wipes are lint-free are definitely liars. Oh, hate this. Should have used a Q-tip. Oh well. I still have to use a Q-tip to get rid of this dust. So, there. So we've got ourselves a perfectly clean die, essentially. So we can put the metal on, and we can, whatchamacallit, maybe also get rid of some of this stray liquid metal too. But yeah, I'm still curious what the corrosion came from. But anyways, so yeah, we're in a position to retest this board, like basically figure out what the next big error is. Let me just make my fingers clean. Okay. Now, yeah, so I can zoom out. I thought I set this thing to auto ISO, so maybe I've got that wrong. Alright, so let's go to, yes. Bring back. Oh boy, that's heavy. Okay, so I guess I do have to spend a few minutes just getting the paste back on. So let me see here. What I will do is, yes, I'll use an alcohol-soaked Q-tip and just sort of flood or push this liquid metal into a pool. There. Also just try to get some of these stray bits off of the sticker, which may not show up on camera. I think. Because it does sort of leave a metal haze on the keep out sticker. Now the syringe where I keep, I think I'm up to half a milliliter of liquid metal here. So just suck this back in. Okay. And then we will use a dry Q-tip to just level this, this liquid metal out. Now, you know what? I never thought about the, okay, you know what? Completely forgot about polishing this surface, the heatsink surface. So I'll see if I can just soak up this. And push all this liquid metal into, oh, okay, yeah, there's some polishing required here. So I'll just push all of this liquid metal into a corner and then suck it back up here. Yeah, so when you have a dry Q-tip, it actually gets soaked up into the fibers and permanently, that's a permanent loss. But if you have a alcohol soaked Q-tip, then that you can actually push it into a pool. Yeah. Perfect. Good. Let's see. I wonder if I'm up to, I must have broken the half of a millimeter mark by now. Or was that all air? Oh, it could have been just all air. Well, anyways. Okay, so now we will just mop up. I'll use a dry Q-tip to just permanently lose all this other liquid metal, because actually, how much of this... See, the thing is, liquid metal makes a great polishing compound, but I actually realized this morning that I can really clean up by using polishing compound for plastic headlights, and it's actually extremely quick and effective. So that is what I'll do to this surface as well. Just make sure I don't have any weird residues. But yeah, oh no, should exchange the, try to open up the shutter again. Okay, so if I zoom in on this, you can see that I have a spot to clean, pretty nasty spot. And that's why when I complained about adhesion, this was kind of what I was talking about, where liquid metal just would not stick. I think this is as good as the focus as I'm going to get. So, yeah. So I'm just going to get the headlight polish out now. And, I believe it will be very effective on this surface. So I've been yeah, so basically I'm getting way more material off. You can see how how black my Q-tip is getting. I'm getting way more material off by using this polishing compound. And unfortunately, I don't know what the grit is, but essentially it can't be very high. Or sorry, it will be very high because it's meant to get the haze to take off a very fine layer off of your headlights so that it gets rid of the haze. Yeah, you can see I'm really doing a number on the crud that's built up on this. On this heatsink. Like, this is supposed to be silver plated. Okay, so I've run out of Q-tip surface area. But yeah, I basically found out that that you can polish it until it's like 99% of the way there just using this. You basically polish until your Q-tip is clean. And sometimes I just follow up with some alcohol and rub just to make sure just to double check on how the polishing is going. So it's still not quite a mirror finish, but I might change away from Q-tips now. Yeah, and just go to these paper towel-y things. Though I guess the perfect article would be a polishing wheel or a Dremel. Okay, which can follow up with alcohol pad. Let's see how we're doing. So I guess for that was actually a droplet of liquid metal that got away. Yeah, they ain't kidding when they say that eats away at certain materials. And just see if I can. Shouldn't bother. Yeah, probably not worth it. Some really weird hairs. Oh, okay. I'm still really curious what this what this liquid was that got into the back. Like if I zoom out here, just pull this back a bit. Here's it is better if I zoom in fully. So I should be able to pull this. Yeah. So basically, I don't know what all this crud is. It's so far it's only been deposited on the Ethernet equipment, which I assume will be the next thing I have to change. But yeah, basically it's rusted up the the copper portion of the motherboard, which I don't think is too bad. You've got a lot of surface area when it comes to that, but yeah. Should be good contact anyways. Now, let's see. Yeah, I still need a bit more alcohol there, which is just see a bit of a hazy film, which of course polishing compound will always have. There. Okay. So I do have to be a bit more careful on the heatsink side. The silver coating seems to be a lot more delicate than the silicon die surface. So what I'm going to do here now is bring back the liquid metal that I reclaimed, so to speak. Let's see here. So should be able to put a little bit. I don't even know how much you really need, but put a little bit on each. I'll bring this back in frame when I have a chance here. I'm hoping that's all I need, but who knows? Nope, that did not close up properly. So I'm just trying to cap up my syringe here. There, okay. I guess my fingers are still sticky from something. Okay, so let's zoom out. And yeah. Let's get applicating. So yeah, this is basically having a decent time adhering to the surface, I hope. I mean, like, it seems like it anyways. So I'm just stippling here. Stippling until I don't see any sort of purplish hues from the dye. Because, like I said before, if you have a perfectly dry Q-tip, it will actually absorb. Like you're not getting that gallium out of there, or you're not getting that liquid metal out of there. So let me just put a little bit more, just a fraction of a milliliter. Then I should be able to stipple. It's there. Okay. I think we're good. Get rid of all any kind of bubbles or. Okay, now here, this should have a similar spread effect. So you can see here it's distributing very nicely. It's got great adhesion. No sort of dark silver. Like the silver plating is a little bit darker than the liquid metal formulation. So I can see that we've got decent adhesion here as well. And just to, we want to add a bit more to just a hair. Actually just, okay, so to be able to stipple this, yep, get a decent. Okay, now I should be able to clean up these edges. So I sucked up the gallium into the fibers, and they're gone forever into the landfill. So now the fun part, I think I just have to flip this over this way. And get these. Yep, there. So then, can zoom all the way out. So we got to here. I can see a hair. Ooh, there's a lot of animal hairs here. This thing has been apart so many times by the previous owner that some of this putty has dried out too, which is not fantastic by any means, but here we are. Okay. So, pretty sure I'm not trapping anything. But, interesting how the... Okay, so you do need a clamp thing. Okay. I believe it goes like this. And then... This is a launch mount, so I assume it's the fatter of the clamps that goes in here. I mean, it looks like it fits, so I'll say that it is. This is a launch mount, right? Yeah, so it's a 1015. Okay, so then I will just borrow these black screws. I think the black screws are not actually from the 1015, but I'm going to clamp them all the same. Oh, let's see. Let's see what I did wrong there. The reason why the board wasn't sitting flat is because there's a piece of plastic sitting in there, in the way. Well, good thing I didn't heat up the board. Okay. Just need to... It's just over here. There we go. There we go. Now how's that? I think it's still bowed in this. Ah, here we go. There. What are we doing now? Yeah, so still. Here. Right, so kind of wonder if the extreme heat that I added a couple days ago, or yeah, when was the last stream? I guess it was yesterday. Yeah. So I think, yeah, from when I added yesterday, must have warped the board a little bit. But I wasn't paying attention how warped this board was already, which I should have. Okay, but this clamp will definitely take care of that now. Yeah, this isn't going anywhere. So, I don't know why I would connect that when there's no Wi-Fi module. Let's see. Let's get the LEDs connected. And then the power button connected. And we'll forget about the front USB for the time being. Damn, that is the strongest smell. Pretty sure it's cat urine. Okay, what else? I don't think I need it. Although, now that this is kind of back together, I might be able to squeeze the fan in. Let's see, I don't think anything else needs to be connected, so let's get this light going off of the VRMs here. And hopefully there's some good pressure, because I don't really feel like reattaching all this crap right now. But I do want to get some cooling going. To throw this over here, I guess. Well, actually, if I do plug these in, at least they won't touch anything while the unit's powered on. So that's a bonus, I guess. So hopefully I get a... So what we're just hoping for right now is a boot of any kind, because it refused to boot, and I cleared the short that it said it was complaining about, so hopefully we'll get to the next stage. But I do foresee some Ethernet problems. I don't have that part either. Yeah, it's definitely got a stench to it. It's basically like a combination of mom's basement and some form of cat piss. Like it. Trying to think here. Yeah, I mean, those are the top two notes, anyways. I hope it didn't. I don't understand why this isn't going on, because I guess it just must be so new that it wouldn't go on right away. Okay, so that will keep these wires from flying around and touching stuff. Then I'm just putting in this mid-frame so I can plug the fan in. That's really the goal, because I don't know how long I'm going to sit in fan mode for. And this thing can get pretty hot, so... Okay, so first I will let you guys have a crack at the HDMI. So let's see here, so this cable goes... That's the out. I need to grab this HDMI cable. And then swap it for... Oh, what was the original short? Let's see. Basically, the Syscon, I'm calling it the Syscon. I know the industry's changed the name. But basically the Syscon said that there was a short on the Wi-Fi and an error with the Wi-Fi. So I didn't want to really play the guessing game of what are these capacitor values and such. So I took off the Wi-Fi module first. Off stream. I did that this morning, and then I found out that the short didn't go away on one of the power rails, so I then removed all the capacitors on that power rail, and it turned out to be the very last one. I don't even know if it's like someone told me all the 0402s are 10 microfarads, so but they didn't know what the tiny 0201 was that was next to it. But I'm thinking that the tiny 0201 is just there to prevent like unwanted signals coming back up the power line coming from the Wi-Fi module. So so that is basically where we're sitting at. So oh, by the way, and this was a beep but no LED situation. So which is why I accepted or not accepted, this is why I bought it. Because I knew it was going to be somewhat fixable. Okay, so we've got power. I'm just going to hit it. I think I have to hit it. Do I have power? No, I don't even have HDMI. Let me see here. Let's put the HDMI into the capture card. Might actually see the load of the HDMI, because the board was pristine in that area. Nope. Yeah, okay, so does this have... Power bar, well, it should have power. Okay. Hopefully I didn't make the situation worse. No, I heard the power. I just heard the capacitor's charge as I plugged it in. Oh yeah, so there's two parties that have made the UART Syscon sort of bridge. So there's the coder with 3 for an E is working with Console Fix Shop, which is a UK online business, to make a free version. And then the other party is a company in Australia, Solo Man, who goes by Louis, but also Better Way Electronics is the company name, and they make a paid version of the tool. The problem with the free version of the tool is that I can't get it to work in Windows, so I ended up also like going back and forth between the tools. I just wanted to see if the free version had better or different error codes. But yeah, I couldn't get the free version to work in Windows, so I was going to set up a Raspberry Pi today and try to get it working in Ubuntu. Now this is a bit disappointing. Oh, okay. I just didn't hit the power button, I guess. Yeah, so we still have a no LED situation. So I do have to attach the UART again. Because the LEDs are connected, but you can see that there's nothing coming out through the fiber or through the light pipe. Okay, so I'm just going to unplug it because I haven't really devised a pogo pin way to connect onto the Syscon. I think the reason why they wanted to change the name away from Syscon was because it does more than what Syscons used to do in the past. Okay, let's take that out. That's disappointing. So as you can see from these solder balls, let's bring that into view. Glare City. So basically you can see from the solder balls that are already here, those are the points which you solder to your adapter to. So I will be doing such an activity again. Yeah, this thing is definitely going to be spending a week in the baking soda box. That's for sure. I can't think of a easier way to deal with the stench. Okay, so I don't need that. So let's see. And I will need to see two of the balls. Where? Oh, yeah, it's just that, like, to remove the Wi-Fi module, it was its own Sega. I spent I don't know how much time. So I had a board heater, and it was 2 centimeters away from the board heater, and then I was also blasting it from the top with the hot air, and it still wasn't coming off. So basically, yeah, we've got a lot of burnt flux that sort of leaked off this area. But yeah, it's just burnt flux. Thankfully, Wi-Fi modules are only like $16.50, so no big loss there. And I think if you're missing the module, it's just going to complain that you don't have Wi-Fi, or it'll just prevent you from using Wi-Fi. So yes, I have to find out where I put that adapter, and then yes, okay. So we got our little fun. Let's get that in shot there. The fun USB serial adapter. This one's I got from Crowd Supply. It's a bit different than your standard. Can I get you both in the same focal plane? Probably not. Basically, it is fully isolated, which means that if your motherboard does not have 3.3 on it, then this unit will essentially not work. Let me just see here. Suppose that I guess I can't have both in the same shot unless I do this. Oh, interesting. Bluetooth, you say? Yeah, I guess this module is supposedly Bluetooth. Oh, the Syscon actually does, for HDMI purposes anyways, it actually cuts the power. Like it enables or cuts the power to the HDMI voltage regulator. So maybe that's what they're saying when it's expanded capabilities. It controls voltage regulators via GPIO. I'm trying to remember here. Okay. If I remember correctly, well, let's get the iron on. Oh. Then get some. Where's the. I shouldn't have spooled up the solder. There we go. Here's the end. I can unreel it now. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty dark. Let's just change the exposure back. There, less depressing. Okay. I have a feeling that like I beeped out all of the capacitors for this, and they're no longer reporting a short, so basically it's probably complaining about something else, but I could be wrong. Okay, so let's get VCC from here. Actually, I'll just point it straight up because that would let me get the fan on there. Then ground is the one that's right next to it. I really need to create a pogo pin system for this. And of course, this is tied to the ground plane, so it's got a lot of heat, or it requires a lot of heat. And then I can't remember. I have to pull up the picture here. It's which one's RX and which one's TX. And then I don't know which one's chip RX and which one's chip TX, which is always a fun thing. There, so there's that. Here's my picture. Oh, that's not. I'm on an EDM10. Okay. Okay, so RX is. Okay, I'm going to assume that RX means chip RX. So connect UARTX to this point. Then UARTX to this point. There. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so we got UART adapter. UART adapter is dead because there's no power. So if the 3.3 rail is still okay, which it was last night, then yeah, still okay. So we've got let's see if I can point this over. Okay, and move this, squidge this here. Basically, this is the power LED, which only lights up if your device is giving off 3.3. So, anyways, kind of curious if it'll catch any. Oh, it's out of focus already. Oh, there. So I'm kind of curious if it will. Come on, friction. There we go. So, so we got the power. There's activity lights. Just right next to the power. Okay, so I'll get the code reader. I'll get Louis' code reader up, and the great thing about this one too, the non-free one, is that it keeps polling. It keeps polling the Syscon. So it'll eventually catch it when it powers up or attempts to power up. Oh, interesting. Disable antivirus. Why? Did it actually kick in? Are you serious? Allow on device. Start actions. My God. This is dumb. I mean, why can't it just... I guess if you try to make an exception, it's exploitable, but still. Okay. Okay, code reader is starting. I was waiting for the PS5. Okay. I was waiting. Now, I could have gotten these pins backwards, which I think is the case. Yeah, so I'll just hot swap them. And hopefully I don't break these solder joints. The joys of working with high impedance. There we go. PS5 detected on COM4. Read the last 10 error codes. So we should have about 6 error codes, which were just Wi-Fi, which I'll just not bother repeating. One of the error codes that's coming up too is general power failure, periphery, GDDR6, APU, data line short. So we should get more errors now. Unexpected power cut, so that was me pulling the AC. And then general power failure. Wi-Fi, okay. Okay, so I guess we're playing Short Detective. So I guess the... Persecute quit. Oh wait, no, that's 10 errors, so I'm gonna have to clear them. 3. So clear error codes and then quit the software. Okay. So yeah. Where to begin, really? Is this yeah, okay, so it's basically refusing to enable any of the really big power lines for good reason. So let me just yes, I should I wonder if there's a way to turn this off. Oh, I see. It's gonna try another power sync. Of course it'll fail, etc. Okay, so I do have to AC or cut the AC. There. Okay. Let's see. There. Okay, now we're de-energized. So let me just remove these. Yeah, definitely need to come up with a pogo pin system, or maybe I solder on some hooks, or I solder on some loops and then I use micro grabbers. That might be a good solution. Now, let's see. Let's just pull these out of the way now. Since there's no threat of short circuits. Don't need that. Okay, so let's just start with the usual. The big suspect I still think is the Ethernet. And I'll explain why when I flip the board over. Because the liquid damage is it kind of came in through here. You can sort of see there's a two-tone to the ground plane here. But when I flip the board over, you'll see that it travels all the way down and into here, but it didn't hit it sort of pooled around the HDMI, but didn't actually get onto the HDMI. So there's a lot of passives which I could be testing. in where I think the ingress path is. Um, there will be some false positives on the Ethernet just because of the transformers. Um, but I'm pretty sure. Now that I think about it, they should only be on data lines, so it shouldn't matter. Okay. Let's just take this out. Yeah, I think that's everything. Nice. The liquid metal master. I've gotten really good at applying and cleaning liquid metal now. I found out that if you use plastic headlight polish, you can pretty much get rid of all buildup on a CPU die in a matter of minutes. Okay, sorry, back to what I was talking about. So let's see if I can get this in here. This is probably the amount of detail you'll need. Let's see. So basically, was it focusing? Oh, there we go. So basically, yeah, the Wi-Fi module was here. You can see the water oh, sorry. So the Wi-Fi module was here, and you can see the water damage. I've removed some of these passives because those were shorted, but the shorts are clear now. So it's clearly one of those were dead. Now you can sort of see here there's a little bit of water damage, but then here is where it's most concentrated. And probably what's hard to show on camera is there's all sorts of weird liquid damage on the surface of this transformer network, I guess you could call it. It's a transformer array, really. So yeah, here you've got more water damage, and then here you can see more water damage. But you know, when you actually get to the HDMI chip itself, I don't really see like any damage whatsoever. Let's see if I can get some exposure. Yeah, I guess I forgot. The problem with this lens is that it has a lot of vignetting, or a lot of light loss. But I don't see really anything defective about the HDMI port or the yeah, I don't see anything. So I was just thinking, what yeah, I was gonna say this Ethernet port doesn't have LEDs. It just has the transformers. I mean, the passives themselves look good. They didn't get directly contact, but the thing is, where is the Ethernet controller? Is the Ethernet controller oh, sorry. Have you tried taking some isolate filters? Oh, okay. I can try cleaning it, but I thought I should at least try to identify the short. But let me think here. Okay, so it's pretty obvious that at least for these two USB ports, it's pretty obvious that it goes right to the CPU die. So but I'm trying to figure out, where do these traces go from the Ethernet? Is it also direct die, or is there an external Ethernet controller? Because trying to beep out the Ethernet is going to be nigh impossible, because it's a transformer array. You'll get all sorts of false positives. Well, I guess we can start with. Actually, I think I do have this going kind of. Sorry, where's the framing? can't. There. Okay, so I do have to push it all the way here. I'll maybe just start with these passives or something. Oh, whoops. Sorry. These passives. There are some. It looks like there's some test pads there, so maybe they did anticipate. Oops. Maybe they did anticipate some beta needles testing. Or not anticipate, design. Okay, now at this scale, guess we can just use the microphone. Okay, just use our handy ground plane here. Okay. Open, open. Okay, so those are all open. Obviously that should be short. This is open. Open, open, open. Okay. So this should be, okay. Okay, that's the ground plane one. Oops. Okay. Ground plane, open, open. Ground plane, open, open, ground plane. Okay. Guess I'm in the wild hunt now. Is it okay? Yep, that's okay. Maybe that's the Ethernet controller. I don't know. So we get F7002 here. I mean the layout looks more like a another DC-DC converter, but who knows? But I guess we are trying to find a short on the on a power rail somewhere. So maybe this is productive. That's fine. And of course, with DC-DC converters, a lot of these elements will not necessarily be connected to ground. That should be, yeah, that makes sense. Then this switch should be output, and one of these should be enable. And then this is just decoupling, if I remember correctly. Especially with the SOT 23-5s. Generally are regulators, but this is pretty far away to be useful for Ethernet, so yeah, and these are probably series terminations as opposed to bypass. Oh, I guess I'm out of frame. Isopropyl. Oh yeah, I should clean. I could clean the connectors or something. Oh no, they're just way too pristine. They don't look dirty at all. But anyways, and get to that. I get really bored of. Oh, that's interesting. This is the main power rail. Well, that's not good. Don't tell me I have a shorted, like this could indicate dead APU. Okay, so the input to, yeah, that's it. Okay, so the input to the DC-DC converters, also known as VRMs, appear to be okay. So it's on the load side. It sucks if you have a dead APU. Okay, I guess I'm gonna be playing the toothpick game. Thankfully, I did buy some of these. But I'll get this in frame and I'll zoom out a little bit. So basically, the output capacitors on this rail are shorting on both sides, which means that the VRMs that are trapped under this putty have some issue. So will we see black bits or explodey bits underneath the putty? But I guess the reason why I'm more gung-ho on this one is because I got a new error message, so... And it was because I don't know what to do with an error message that just says APU freeze. Check the GDDR6 data lines. I'm just like, do you know how many there are? And how do you check it without scratching off the solder mask? I assume what Louis is wanting me to do is desolder all the GDDR6. But thankfully, there's only 8 of them. Okay, so I should probably get a receptacle for all this expensive putty. I think I'll just use got a little baggie here. So let's go get some birch action. Okay, so this DC-DC converter IC is looking clean, so it's not this specific one, I think. I kind of wish I had music playing on. Well, I don't own any speakers, but I kind of wish I had the music on some kind of radio because my headphones were kind of drive me nuts. They're just too big. I don't know why I got them. I guess it's because it was cool at the time. But I am kind of an audiophile. I do like the big drivers. Even if they're over the ear and just big in general. Did anyone watch the Game Awards last night? Because I certainly didn't. I heard it was a big, just a giant trailer fest. instead of a real award show. Which I mean, obviously I don't mind learning about new games coming out, but I mean, it's called the Game Awards, right? So the whole point is to be like congratulatory of the game industry and not just a big shill fest. Oh, it's yeah, I don't even know if there's any weird characters that took to the stage last night either. That was kind of funny last time. Was it last time? I don't remember. Oh, I see. There's a... Man. There was so much crap around these, but... No, okay. Okay, so there weren't any stage jumpers. Yeah, let's see. I keep hitting these, like, things, and I was like, did I stick my toothpick into a via? Nope. It's just an 0201. But it's got to be there because you're a DC-DC converter. So far, we've uncovered about 2 of them, and no charred or explodey bits, which is not the worst thing. But that doesn't help me figure out... Actually, I should also be looking at the bottom side to see... Oh, yeah, I guess they're... Pretty sure I don't... See, this is the bottom side. I don't see any... Like, there's no... Nothing sort of dead looking here either. But who knows? Maybe I should clean up these diodes. Again, if these diodes exploded, they're not, it's not flaking off. So probably not likely that the error is here, but nonetheless, I should just make this all accessible. JIC. CGI nonsense. Okay. Any examples of interesting ones? Because likely I would probably be interested too. Okay, I guess I should explain. The reason why I'm sort of salvaging this putty is because this thing has been re-entered so many times by me and the previous owner that the putty's probably got the wrong shape to make contact with the back and front shields now. So I'm going to try to find a way to reapply the putty, probably through a fat syringe or something that we generally use for larger fluids. Actually, I've seen those kinds of things at the dentist's office now. Zen Zone 0, okay. Oh yeah, MiHoYo does give off that vibe, yeah. The Last Sentinel. Ooh. Okay, so did you think it was more like Shadowrun or no, Last Sentinel? Not Shadowrun per se, but I guess there's some like Nier had some of that going forward, I think. I actually haven't had a chance to play Nier, even though it's been free forever. um, Futures Tokyo, okay. Metaphor, Rifantasio. Oh, okay. Okay. Not separating then. Yeah, I kind of love that. I always am too. Like, of course, everyone says Akira, cites Akira, and Ghost in the Shell. Always kind of loved those. Wasn't a big fan of the Blame anime though. Was actually very disappointed. It was way too tropey. Ah. Although I heard that the Blame manga was something to was actually worthy. Yeah. Yeah, definitely need to play Nier. Is there only one sort of... Because there's Nier Automata, but then there was that one with all the numbers after it. Are they two completely different stories, or is one like an enhanced story? Because, like, I played Persona 5, and then Royale came out, and I was like, do I really want to play Royale? But then I heard that they actually they updated the story all the way from the beginning with the new characters. And I was like, okay, well. Because, yeah, my big gripe with Persona 5 was that they rushed it, and they did basically no story until... or not... They basically had no story for a whole bunch of months in the game. I'm just like, you're joking, right? That, and you couldn't date Ryuji. They need to fix that. Someone needs to fix it. I mean, it's out for PC. Someone could fix it. They are related, separate entries. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, then go back to... Oh, okay, okay. Hmm. What was it? Oh yeah, that's right. I was a big Ghost in the Shell fan, and then I saw the anime, and I was like, I'm not a fan anymore. I was just like, okay, yes, Spider Robot was cute, but I didn't think Ghost in the Shell needed a mascot, a cute mascot. I don't know. It just... But being a snob, I guess, saves me from being perpetually watching stuff, because that's what I used to be. I would just watch all sorts of media and then just like get nowhere in life. And then I got a real job and then stopped watching media. And I'm in the process of getting yet another real job. A lot. Deconstruction. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Better to be... Yeah. Yeah, 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 definitely. Although I still would give something like Blade Runner 2049 a chance, just because I liked the original so much. And that reminds me, I've really got to finish watching The Expanse. I'm season 5, I think. I don't know what to expect here because it's clean so far. Pretty clean, anyways. Though I guess if I want to do a better job cleaning, I've got to get finer toothpicks. The Expanse. Oh, I guess Star Trek, Strange New Worlds. I was watching a bit of that. Couldn't stand Discovery, and I couldn't stand Picard either. Yeah, I mean, I know that the Next Generation had some wacky episodes, but come on, like trying to turn a thoughtful character into action schlock was not what I thought they would have done with the series and the character, I guess. I think what did they say? I think for one of the Star Trek series, it's only going to be 3 years. There's only going to be 3 seasons, and that's only because the executives chose the three season option when the head writer was giving them the script or giving them the option. I'm just like, wait, we could have had 5 seasons of Strange New Worlds? Because, well, I guess, yeah, I mean, I was paying for it legitimately. Um, we have a company up here which made a deal with Paramount Plus to rehost their content for our country. Hmm. Hmm. I kind of wonder if there's anything wrong with these. I mean, my initial hunch was probably correct that the problem is downstream, meaning that it's the APU. But I suppose if well, let's not jump to any conclusions yet. Let's try to center the action here. Being a camera hog or a board hog here. I really should buy some gloves because I could probably go faster if I was not using a toothpick. You know, this is silicone. I'm sure it could tolerate some human hand oil. But yes, the what else was I watching? Avenue 5. I only watched that because I found out that Hugh Laurie was in it, but then I realized it was kind of a meh show. I really do miss a lot of the sort of early to mid, well, even to late 2000s of British TV. I really loved those panel shows because they're just so savage. I completely withdrew from American media and just watched those panel shows endlessly, like Mock the Week. Um, Now, what's about, like, have I got news for you? A lot of these shows are now defunct, which is sad. But even like really basic panel shows like um, Would I Lie to You or Never Mind the Buzzcocks were really fun. Charlie Brooker was definitely one of my go-tos back then. Yes, I watched Charlie Brooker before he created Black Mirror. He was such a savage media critic. I just laughed my ass off. Anything he wrote was gold. So you might like I know him from shows like Game Wipe or News Wipe, or I think he did end of the year specials too. But yeah, um, once he got that Netflix money, his output has dropped dramatically. But I guess he has a wife and kids now too. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know if he has any kids, but he definitely has a wife. Let's see here. So we are getting there. I mean, none of this stuff is looking blown up, which means it's downstream, which is not pretty, or not a pretty picture. Because I really would like it if I did not have a dead processor, because that's probably what's going on with the other PS5s I have, is that they also have dead processors or damaged. They're damaged in some unrepairable way. Okay, so I think that's all the putty I'm gonna have to be cutting here. Okay, so let's see. Because I'm a lefty, I do have to rotate the board this way. Yes, you are watching a stream of Satan Spawn. Live with it. Okay, let's give you some exposure and some zoom. Extreme close-up. Okay, so basically, might be a bit hard to, maybe it is zoomed in a bit much. Okay, the light's catching this pretty, so you can see that for this power rail, you can see this gigantic amount of geometry here, which is, I don't know where the division, oh, I see. Yes, okay, so this power rail is hooked up to these guys, and this power rail is only hooked up to these two. So I'm assuming now the ones that were shorted to ground were these ones. So I'm hoping that the other power rail, which seems to be like the bulk, the big guy, is not damaged. But yeah, we shall see. Where did I put the... Oh, it's right here. Okay, so... Can I get this in frame somewhere? And let's just put you here. Okay, so just to double check, just flick off some of this crud. So ground plane, short. This is the side that is supposed to be short, if I understand correctly. Yeah, I mean, I can see the geometry. Now the other side is short as well, which is not cool. So So that makes me think that there is something wrong over here now. Yeah, and it's just dragging the rest of it down with it. I'm assuming the diodes are also affected. Yeah. So okay, moving on to the larger rail. Yeah, it's also shorted. Yeesh. How am I gonna find the short to ground? I mean, I didn't sign up for a CPU removal today. Let's just put it that way. But fingers are pointing their way towards that. I wonder if okay, so that's one GDDR. That's okay. Okay, two GDDRs are okay. From a passive point of view, can't say much about their data lines though. I don't think those are probable. But fingers are really pointing to a dead CPU, which is sad because I spent so much time cleaning it. But I guess that's the price of hubris. Jumping to conclusions. Oh, hey, thanks for showing up, Green Eagle. Uh, I feel you. I bought new underwear and socks today, so I have to put them in the wash. But you're also talking to a guy who doesn't fold his laundry. You're talking to a wrinkly boy. But thanks for lurking. I would watch more, but I've essentially replaced all of my Twitch watching with a gym membership. So, and I'm not sure. Like, I only went to the gym for the first time today on that membership. So, I'm not sure if they take kindly to me whipping out my phone. I should really create some sort of bot that basically lurks properly. E.g., has a window open and a video playing and is in chat. Okay, that's 4 of them. It's a good way of putting it, Squiggle. Now see, if I was a TV watcher, I could totally hold my laundry while watching, right? So that's 5. Why are you not touching? Oh, that's an odd one out. Let's try that again. So Interesting. Is that the case for? Okay, that's an interesting one. Definitely an odd one out. So does this behave the same? Oh, it does. Okay, so this on. Let me just remeasure this. So this and this. Okay. And this. Okay. So that means on the top side is where the same capacitor exists for the. So on the top side is where that same capacitor probably exists. Just for fun. Oh, you put yourself to sleep. Just for fun. I'm pretty sure this is like a 50 ohm or 100 ohm resistor. Oh, out of range. Ooh. Okay, 0.7 meg. No, maybe it is a higher resistor than I thought. I just know it's a resistor. 1.4. 1.4 somethings. 1.676K. I thought it would be a termination resistor of some kind. But anyways, that was a fun digression. Okay. So basically, there's nothing wrong with the power rails of the GDDR. So I'm still suspecting that the APU is dead. Now, the other thing I can just check out here, I think these are fine. These are just probably series terminations for the diff pairs. Okay. Yeah, you can see going to the SSD controller. Still kind of question what the heck it's good for, considering that the performance is the same on PC for the same kind of demanding games. Okay, now I guess it is possible that that all the VRMs are dead, but I thought that if they were dead, then they would have exploded in some way. Let me think here. Probably have to do some more reading, to be quite honest. But yeah, let me just tidy up a little bit here. Catching a lot of errant putty. Because the last thing I really want to do today is pull the APU because, well, A, I don't really have the means to do that, and B, I don't have a good one to put back on. Yeah, I guess for a given rail, the DC-DC converter. Oh, are two inductors just? Oh, okay. So you've got two massive inductors up top. Okay, I understand now. Okay, I see. So then, oh, what did they do? No, this is still the big fat one. Oh, it's probably 12 phases. Okay, right, and then this is just single phase. Okay. Um, just to make sure. Yeah, they're both. Yeah. Don't know what to say because they're all hooked up in parallel, so it really just has to be one component. Is this a candidate for short circuit testing? I have a thermal camera now. How do I? Oh, I see. That's the 12 volts. Because I guess technically I could inject. Okay, so if she's ish. I'm just trying to think here. How does the syscon know that there's a general power failure? Is there a data line coming off of the VRMs that tells the syscon that that there's a short circuit detection? Like VRMs totally have the capability of detecting short circuits, but usually that's if they're alive, like if they're actually functional, which I have to assume they are. And of course, the only way to... Is there a way to... I mean, if I take off the inductors, then that might open... trying to think here. Oh, right, there's no short circuits on the input to the... I can double check that. There's no short circuits on the input to the DC-DC converters, if I'm correct. Right. So I have to believe that the inputs are like I have to believe, or that's another point saying that the DC-DC converters are okay, and these are checking out just fine. So, is it possible that the input's okay but the output's bad? Yeah, that's all good. So, yeah, diodes aren't blown up. I mean, technically, it is easier to take off all of these guys than it is to remove the APU, in my mind. But I guess what I could do is... I wonder if it's worth just like removing the sticker and seeing if there's any components underneath the sticker. Maybe I should Google that quickly. PS5 AP sticker. Not the sticker. I don't know what you call it. Gasket? Oh, that picture doesn't show it. Maybe I can type in without gasket. Okay, so it looks like there's several layers of protection. Oh, there are passives underneath this gasket. Okay. Maybe it might be worth pulling off the sticker. Oh, that's a lot of networks. Yeah, yeah. So, how do I definitively prove that the APU is dead without removing the APU? Let's see here. Oh, I see. APU core section is low resistance to ground. Very normal to read extremely low resistance on APU power rail. Okay, so instead of diode mode, I can go to resistor mode and just see if there's a resistance period. Ah, there we go. Now, if it settles, okay. So 8.5. Okay, that's a relief. So I guess what was going on was that I must have been using a test voltage, which maybe made the diodes conduct, and thus it gave a false impression of continuity. Yeah, so okay, good. So this testing voltage is yeah, that should be, yeah, so my leads only have 0.1 ohms. Right. I see. Yeah, so basically there is a resistance. It's not an actual dead short. Okay. Well, that's a bit more promising, but that doesn't actually help me figure out where the where the power failure is coming from. It's not the power supply, is it? Well, that's easy to figure out. Let's turn this to 20 volts. That would be funny. You have like if it was off spec. Let's see. Oh, maybe I should have gone for a full deshelling. Let's put the motherboard away. Okay. Okay. Let's plug in the power supply. This should read 12 volts. Or negative 12, because I don't actually know the polarity. Yeah, we got 12 volts, so it's not the power supply. General power failure. That is so vague. Like, I really am struggling. Figure out what's in here. Well, I guess we can think about other things that run off the rail. Okay, so I think here. Okay, so that goes up top. Okay, that's stitched together. Right, so those are stitched together. Oh, just on the. Okay, that's a really interesting stitch. Okay. Then this must be the minus, right, because it's not stitched over there. Okay, so there's a massive... So I was just peeking around, so this should be... Let me get down frame here. This is connected to the 12 volts, apparently. Of course, if I had it in 200 ohm mode, or let's just do continuity. So this should be a 12 volt rail as well. Yep. So then let me just see here. Since 12 volts supposed to be okay. Right. Not actually even sure what this chip's responsible for. I think that's a series resistor. I don't know what that 3-pin thing is for. So F3501 has 2 voltage regulators on it. I suppose another approach would be to just connect the 12 volts and just see that's a huge MOSFET. Not sure. Sure what that rail is responsible for. Let's see, stitching. It goes to this IC. Oh my goodness. General power failure. You know what? This might be a good opportunity to set up that Raspberry Pi and try to get that other code reader software working. I think that's what I'll do, because I need like 2 interpretations of the same the same 8-byte number, because giving error codes with no known root causes is just kind of a useless thing in itself. Whereas I think some of the error codes in the free tool were derived because the root cause was known. So let me find a Raspberry Pi. Okay. Hopefully, just trying to think here. Do I have any requirements? I think I can just throw on Python 3 and PySerial and be done with it. Should just work. So hopefully that's what I can do. Now if I'm going to read the serial again, I'm going to reassemble the unit partially. Oh, and then I can switch the HDMI input of the capture card to the Pi itself, and then we can play with the serials, play with or watch the serial software that away. The sound I want to hear. Okay, and oh shoot, forgot to put on the clamp. Let's put that away. And I'll just need to go over here and go to the Raspberry Pi Foundation. Oh, it's .com. Okay, so software, iOS, download for Windows. Yes. Ooh, written in Qt5. Very interesting. Okay. Oh, I guess I didn't need to plug in headphones there. Okay, choose device. It's a Pi. I think it's a 3B plus. 3. Choose OS. Oh, I guess they call it legacy. Okay. And I just need to shove in an SD drive, which I think I had sitting around here somewhere. Scalp cam. Okay, come on. I suppose this SD card that's already in there doesn't have anything important anyway, so goodbye. I'll shove you into the slot. And cancel. So many partitions. Close. Close. Cancel. No. Close. Cancel. Cancel. Choose storage. There we go. Next. No customization. Yes, SD card will be killed. Okay. Oh. Wait a second. Hold on. Let me just... Okay. No. Erase. Oh, okay. I guess it already got the image really quickly. Okay. Just have to wait till an SD card. I guess the other thing I'll need is a micro USB power supply, which I don't know where I put this. I think I had one. Oh. Hmm. Wanted something with decent current. Well, I guess I could just try. I guess I do have a power brick that's 65 watts, but I don't know what the current is for that one USB port. But otherwise, this should suffice. I suppose if anything is amiss, I can whatchamacallit? I'll just get lightning bolt or some sort of low voltage doodah. Okay, let's see. Just check the bot database for a second here. Ah, interesting. Sure. Oh, there's two ends. Ah, there you are. Okay, let's just ban you. Kablam. There, and then you will also need to go on the block list. And block. Perfect. right, so are you verifying? Okay. Now over here, maybe I'll just plug this in just to see if.
them go all the way through. I'm proud of this.
Meow. Okay, let me think here. Yeah, actually, for the sake of just pack up my keyboard and mouse. Let's just put those over here. And I'll dig up the other PS5, which does not smell like cat piss. Thankfully. It came from a rather pleasant home in the countryside. They had an amazing tree set up, although the guy was really out of it and didn't even remember what price we negotiated on for the sale, which I did not take advantage of. Although, in retrospect, I should have, because I didn't realize the guy had tampered with the unit before giving it off to me. Okay, just packing up the keyboard here. Okay, let's just put that over here. Okay. I suppose. Oh, is this the same? Oh no, they changed. So they changed when they went with the first slim down. They changed the Wi-Fi module. Oops. Higher shutter speed, please. Okay, actually, this I'll need to crack out the. Oh, I all the way in. Okay. Need to crack out the board heater. Oh wait, well, do I or do I not? Yeah. Essentially, it was just like he had that face where I'm just like you're not telling the whole truth, but I'm gonna not act on it because I'm too nice. I think I just need to transform into a complete asshole. That's my life goal. Let's see here. Yes. Yeah, I just have to think here. Well, I guess I could unveil my Omnivice clone. I'd like to call a clone. Because I'm not paying Hako $150 times 4 to hold a PS5 board above my board heater. And I'm also too cheap to buy a board heater with clamps. But this is the board heater I got off of Amazon. I mean, yeah, and I accepted the Amazon tax just because I wanted it yesterday. So it is 850 watts. It's got a PID controller, which is nice. I don't think I can actually focus on this because of the working distance of my lens, but yeah, got some. It's just convection cooled. I'm just peeking inside. Actually, there's nothing there. So basically, I'm thinking it's probably just a coily, stovey thing. I don't actually even know how flat this is, so to speak, but I'm not intending to use it for direct contact heating. Okay, so it's a 1/8. I think it's a 1/8 DIN. Could be a 1. This guy could be 1/8 DIN, maybe half DIN. I can't remember how that works, but yeah, pretty simple device, anyways. But I just love the fact that it has a PID controller. It's bringing out the espresso nerd in me. Okay, well, that's the board heater, so I'll just go and I should take a bathroom break too, so Um, let's make use of the. Let's do. Do I have a break? Yes.
It's something to do with it saying that like this file HWID that it's not able to access it, but I don't know how I'm supposed to set. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to set that to them. Yeah, I don't know what to say. But my real-time protection's off. It's off. And even if it wasn't off, I have it set to exclusions. Right here. Hardware ID and Hardware ID XE, they're set to exclusions. And it doesn't work. This is the first time I did that, though. The first time I've ever had an issue with it. So... What's up? Oh yeah? Wait, here's an affected. Here's an affected item. Let's see here. Quarantine failed. Quarantine failed, and that was like 9 days ago. But that's just telling me.
And replace a connector. So I need to solder a connector onto here, and I need to remove these other two connectors. For the simple reason being that, obviously, well, this will be a digital version, and it's not going to fit inside a digital housing with these connectors on. It is not going to fit in a digital housing with these connectors installed. So I'm going to desolder these. I am going to have to replace the speaker because I haven't removed it before I've removed these connectors. So that'll be melted underneath, but that's fine. I would rather replace the speaker. I mean, I've never had anyone come to me and say I need a speaker for a PS5. Whereas I have had people come to me and say I need a disk drive connector or I need a disk drive power connector. So I'd rather salvage these by removing these from underneath than save the speaker. So there's that one. And we've got one just here. There we go. So I can save those connectors. But then, like I said, unfortunately, the speaker's now melted. So I'll desolder this. There we go. Just clean that up under there. There's actually liquid metal, a little bit of liquid metal spilt under there anyway, I think. Or is that a scratch? It could be a scratch. Damn, that's hot. No, I think it was liquid metal.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. I guess for the break scene, what did I say? Desktop. For the break scene, I didn't even include a microphone, so I couldn't include an audio source for the microphone, so I couldn't even mute it. Anyways, I was just thinking about how the board's laid out, and actually, unfortunately, a bottom heater is inappropriate, so we're just going to have to suffer with the top heat. The reason why I say the bottom heat is inappropriate will be made clear once I bring the board over. So we have said specimen. And this side is where the RAM is, the GDDR6. So you would think, okay, well, I mean, there's nothing really precious here. Maybe these electrolytics might not want to be hot, but I could just put the heater over here. But then these guys might not like the heat either. But I think you could cover them up with a heat shield. The problem is, if I want to get really close to the RAM to apply to transfer the heat, I'm gonna melt the heck out of this. So, oh, hello, how are you? Let me just show you about. It's been a while since I've been rated. I think the last one was from the Coder. Slash shout out. Interesting keyboard. Oh yeah, it's a Logitech K400. It's really affordable wireless keyboard. Excuse me. What did you play today? Actually, yeah, it's like, is it not like 2 in the morning over there? At least 2 in the morning. Could be 3 in the morning. What am I taking apart? Oh, this is a PS5. So this was what was this one? Basically, it was described as no video out, which is true. What I didn't know was that the guy had already taken it apart. And actually, I do see some weird shenanigans. Let's ignore that for a second. Yeah. So what the guy didn't disclose was that this unit was taken apart by him or an accomplice, and the fun thing was that basically, okay, there's no video. You just assume that it's got to be something wrong with the HDMI and the encoder. One sleeps on ESD. Yeah, that's true. Sorry. Yeah. So basically, this whole area was just covered in flux, and actually, you can still see it if I change the light. It's like a clear coat of goo. And I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. So not only did it have flux and whatnot, 5 of these pins in here were shorted together, and there were shorts on 1 or 2 of these sides, so I cleared them all out, and then I plugged it into the power supply. So yeah, it's the same as all the other PS5s I've taken apart. We're getting an APU freeze. APU is the actual PS5's CPU GPU combo chip. Now, they're saying that it's because the RAM, the GDDR6, there's an error somewhere. But this is Samsung. It's very hard for me to believe that. Like, that is... like, the chips are bad. But I don't think I have any other choice but to take them off and see if there's... Because, like, if I look at this board, nobody's really fucked up anything on it in terms of circuit, like, electrical circuits here. Like, you can see it's beautiful. There's no scratches. There's no gouges. Like, I have no reason to believe that the RAM is bad, but I guess there really is only one way to proceed in this diagnosis. Yeah, I think I have to. Yeah, that's true. But, yeah. Like I say, I'm at a standstill. If I don't take out this RAM, this guy will sit here forever and not really generate me any money. So, what was I doing? Oh, yes, I had... Oh, but I don't need the length of those. I was just thinking of, like, what's a good way to stand this off of the mat so I don't burn the heck out of the mat. But I just realized, too, yeah, so the amount of liquid metal that's on here probably won't drip off while I heat the board. So what I'll do is put this here. Ooh. And then I just need two little things to hold it off of the ground. I'll have to go find it. When I say ground, I mean off the mat. 2 itty bitty things. Those are not empty. I might have some little tubs of stuff or something. These little washed out food containers should be fine. So the idea here would be stand it up here, and that's stable. And then I turn on the hot air station. Oh, I should actually turn it off so I can pull the nozzle out, because I don't have one. I don't have, like, ideally you take a nozzle on this this hot air station that is only slightly bigger than the chip you're trying to melt, or trying to melt the solder of. But I don't have such, so it's just going to get blasted. Okay, so main power on. What temp do I have? 440 degrees Celsius, 30% airflow should be good. Okay. I think yeah, so the only thing we need is rosin. And I guess, I don't even know what the numbering scheme is, but I'm just going to start with this one. We'll just take them off one at a time. So, oh, I didn't realize how dim the camera was. Hold on a second. Ah, we can frame this better. And then this. And then this. This is not improving There's no way to improve in every aspect, but here we go. So that's, well, it might just be my angle, my viewing angle of the monitor. But yes, I just need my tweezers. And the idea is, once I'm convinced that the board is hot enough, I will yank the chip. So, yeah. I think if I asked what game you were playing... Oh, shoot, I missed a... Sorry, Green. I know... I guess you're gone now. I should have noticed your message. Oh, you're playing Stardew. Okay. That's another game I really need to play. But that also reminds me, Elite, I think Elite went on sale for $10. I've been kind of hunkering for a game like that too. Okay. Of course not. That would be too easy. Usually it takes about, like, you really aim to be pulling the chip at the 2-minute mark. Of course, I own no such timer, so... But I do also think that I can crank this to 50. I've seen other people do that too. But you can hear the fan just going wild. Because these guys aren't supposed to be working anyway, so... Yep. Let's see if I can blow some flux into that direction. I'm just being playful here. I don't actually think that extra flux is needed. But yeah, just before we got back on stream, it looks like the coder was trying to fix the main power, one of the big power inductors on another PS5. Nope. I wonder if I'm gonna hit it, run into a situation I did last night where I just sit here for an hour trying to remove one chip. Just because I don't have the right technique. Just trying to think here. Maybe I should have kept that tiny heater. I guess if I order it again, oh, how did this get out of focus? What's the difference in focus? Oops, I'm just really messing with this. There we go. Oh, I see. It's just such a narrow depth of field that... Nope, well, this has run dry, so I shall add more flux. I think I can move this board there. Come on, Chip, you can do it. Release. Yes, depending on the design of the main chip of the main of the APU, they could run without RAM, and that might tell me something. Because in every Intel and AMD CPU right now, there is a tiny microcontroller on there which runs independent of the CPU. Damn. I guess I will need some sort of underheat. But I need like a very small one just for that area. I did see one on maybe I can get a Hako clone or something. I did see an authentic Hako in Japan for like $200 US. Oh no, 200 Canadian dollars, which is a steal. Like, but not quite sure I want to go there yet. Boy. Maybe I should just be popping off the chips and then, like, in quick succession, just so I can take advantage of the board heating. Sorry about that. I'm just putting this right the F on top. Oh, you got movement. Okay. It still wants to stay on for some reason. So... I don't want to force it because I might rip something. There. Okay. Okay, well, it looks good from a desoldering point of view, I think. I'm just trying to get a look at the... Okay, so that looks... Alright, so I'm just going to move on to the next chip. I'll clean up, we can take advantage of copper, or sorry, of capillary action of copper to clean up the solder, all these bridges. But I don't think I ripped anything off the board, which is nice. So these are some pretty small balls. I think they're 0.35 millimeter. Maybe what happened there was flux didn't get all the way into the middle of the chip, and that's what I was waiting for. Not ready yet. Yes, I have to think about an drag point there too. I don't want to hit the components that are just right next to it. These two little guys. Man, that's dark. You know what? I'm just going to try to see if I change the shutter speed. There. That's better. And how are we doing for focus? There. You don't, as long as you don't, that's not your problem. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, that was just more effort than I was used to. But I think it's just because the solder itself had some tension, like some sort of liquid tension. Nope, not there yet. There we go. Okay, let's move. Let's just keep the train rolling here because I want to, like I said earlier, I want to exploit the heat that I've already pumped into this board. So let's flux you up and sort of try to blow you into underneath the chip. Okay, now let's heat this mother. Actually, these are some pretty large balls for the pads on the mainboard that they're connected to. Okay, so that's dried out. So I will add another round. Nope, not there yet. wants to release, but I'm going to heat it up a little longer. Flawless. Zero force. 1 second. I'm just going to position the board in frame. There we go. Alright. Now let's... While the body is still warm, milk tea, cocoa. Mix your milk with cocoa puffs. Mix your milk with my cocoa puffs. Milky cocoa. Now, is GDDR6 all the same? No, that's not true. Right. They probably could have saved some voltage on the RAM by Oh, but this is a revision 1 main board, so okay. So basically when they did the die shrink, they could have changed the RAM to a lower voltage, which would have which means that the part number would have changed. I was just curious if I could use any GDDR6 RAM, but obviously I forgot that they can come in many different voltages. Thanks. Well, I think I will go past 10:30 today because I want to clean up and possibly do some beep continuity testing. Because if I remember correctly, one of the capacitors on here did actually show a short, and it would be nice if it was the RAM that died that did that, or the dead RAM that did that, or at least if removing the RAM proves that it was the RAM. Okay. More flux. Nope. Oops. That was a big fling. Okay. Good thing the passives did not get knocked anywhere. Okay, so, I wonder if I can inject flux underneath like a Boston cream pie. I mean, donut. Yeah. Boy, I could use a Boston cream donut right now. Where'd I put the flux? There you are. You are drying up. guess the danger of using this much air is that the flux doesn't necessarily go where you want it to. Oop, I think it might be ready to release. Ta-da! Okay. I free up my hands again. There. Not me being a cheapskate and trying to use flux from the adjacent chip. Damn it. It would be nice if it was just because some of his balls were touching. That would be a win for good old Greg. Ooh. Nope. I did see bubbling underneath the chip, which is a good sign. That means the flux is actually penetrating. Yeah, one thing I've observed is that when you see the flux's water tension sort of pool around the chip and stay there, then release is soon imminent. Nice. Okay, let's just keep this going. I think I have just taught myself a few speed up tricks already. It really is all about keeping the flux near the chip and making sure it gets in underneath. At the beginning. This is gonna be a really nasty cleanup. There's so much flux everywhere. I did buy some heavy-duty flux cleaner from the shop yesterday, I think. They hired this. They had this new guy who's like smoldering hot. Oh no, I'm pretty sure that's accurate. He's just like not very talkative, but hot, like supermodel hot. And of course, I could not engage in conversation with him. But believe me when I said I checked Grindr right away. And no, he was not there. Okay. The flux has gone underneath the chip and is attracted to itself, so it's sort of in a self cycle. Don't know what the word I'm looking for was. Oh, looks like no. I would say, did they change the storage, the flash chips? But I don't think they did. Ooh, we have liftoff. All right, one more. One more round. Right. So we've gotten to the point where the flux is managing itself underneath the chip. We just need it to work its magic, and then we can get some sweet release. And hopefully today's leg day will not carry over to tomorrow, but I think that would defy conventional gym wisdom. Not being impatient at all. No, not me. Oh, come on, really? There. Alright. I'll just turn the iron back on. Then I can go and get some of this braid, desoldering braid action going. So I'll just be using this desolderer, this very fine braid, it's probably 42 gauge wire. And it'll use capillary action in order to suck up all of this excess solder, which is pretty obvious on camera that it's causing a lot of short circuits. Now, I'm going to cut this off into about an inch strip so that the wick itself doesn't steal too much heat from my iron. And this will be a smooth cleanup session. I can also just steal some flux from the giant pools that are just sitting everywhere, which is nice. So the objective of stealing, or not stealing, but sucking up all this solder so that I can replace it with lead and make the replacement of this RAM easier. Because then I can work at lower temperatures, and that's just good for everybody. I'm just going to cut another inch and keep repeating. And then do some cleanup. Yes. Just push this in the frame here. So it looks like I'm already losing a lot of board heat. So what I might have to do is cheat and flood these pads with lead and then suck it off with the wick. Because otherwise yeah, I'm just gonna get stuck every now and then when the board decides to suck all the heat from my iron. But I think that's probably flat enough for rework. But I guess the other thing too is at this stage I just want to know, did I clear the short circuit? This braid yet. Braid is spent because I see it depositing solder back onto. I'm gonna go for 1/2-inch pieces here, just in case just in case the braid itself is sucking away too much heat. Let's just see. There is a disadvantage to using large braid. Heat management being one of them. Should be flat enough. Just rotate this one into frame. This, I don't think this is fully spent. Actually, I'm going to see if I can find. Oh, the next size down. If I can remember where I put all of those in. What's its? Well, maybe I'll just go for shorter snips. balls to suck up here. Okay. Ooh, 4 more to go. Definitely one thing I want to do tomorrow morning is find more music. Because I'm pretty sure this playlist must have repeated like 20 times this stream. Okay, that's definitely up there. I always kind of hate it when the braid comes apart, but not much one can do. You're at the whim of the heat. Okay, now 3 more to go. I guess if I keep this like this, then I won't have to move it around. Okay. Yeah, I traked. This is the downside of working with fat braid is that if you drag it around too much, the braid comes apart. Case in point, it's already starting to come apart. Trying to find the least darkened lux out of the entire lot. I don't realize there's that much solder to suck up. Not only that, my side cutters are unbelievably dull. We're getting... I was hoping to get a bit more life out of them. But I saw on iPad Rehab's website that they sell side cutter sharpening tool. So I might have to give that a shot. And by give that a shot, I mean find it on AliExpress. I took quite a bit of time to do this, so the board's cooled down quite a bit. So this will take a while yet. stuff in there. And then, what time is it? Okay. I think if I go to 11, then I can at least get some beep testing done. And then tomorrow morning I can do flux cleanup. Not done sucking that up yet. Okay. Well, hopefully I didn't expose too much solder mask on some of these pads. Particularly, I'm thinking about that one right there. Maybe that's just ground plane. But that could be pretty bad if I do go to replace the chips. And I get a bridge to ground. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god. Can I even make a dent in? Well, actually, it's doing pretty good. I was gonna say, can I even make a dent in the amount of flux that's here? Flux can be slightly capacitive, so it is in a way good to get rid of it when you can. It's almost like they used vias instead of pads in some cases. It's either that or actually did rip off a pad, which would not be okay. Yeah, I was gonna say it's basically looks like a via that is a pad. Yeah. Thanks to everybody who's stuck around thus far. I just realized I've been cleaning off things that are not even on frame, so I appreciate the continued viewership. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully this all pays off. Because if it was just bad RAM, then you could have a good W here, although an expensive W. But if that one guy on Louis' Discord was saying I need to check all the all the data lines, then I guess I can do that now. Okay. So let's just turn this over and let us commence the continuity test. And then that will be it for the night. Okay, so in this case, you don't know if you need to see this. I'll start there, and then I can put the. Oh, you know what? This has a beeper. Yeah, let's just use the beeper. The dirty beeper. And these should be resistors. That could be. I don't know what that is actually. I'm getting a 0.8. And that's 2. Yeah, okay, that's 3. I just realized when I repeat some measurements, I should move on to the next chip. I think is this one. Let's just put the minus over here, it's the same. Oh, that's right, number 4. Let's see, so we put that there. Okay. 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 Two more. Okay, one more. Okay. No shorted no shorted passives on that side. Let's check the yeah, this one I'll probably want to use a map here. Oh, there it is. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. Let's see. Maybe I will have to put that off until tomorrow because clearly you can't find the images quickly now. It was good to see at least that, you know, we might make progress on this board. I'll do a bit more reading tonight, I think. Some more Googling, try to get the pinout for this DDR6, and then I'll know what to do in terms of beeping. Then again, I mean, the data lines have to be pretty obvious. Maybe I can just beep out one of these. Let's see. If I just follow the traces, maybe I can figure out. Oh, help if I turn this on. Okay. So this one goes here. This one goes here. This one goes here. Here. Ooh, I'm getting cross-eyed. This one, yes, goes here. This one goes here. This one goes here. So far, so good. Hmm. 440 degrees may have been a bit more aggressive than I would have liked. I do see solder mask lifted up where it doesn't, or shouldn't be. So this is, it's good. 'Well, those are the only data lines that I'm aware of. Is there more on the bottom? Oh, there are. Okay. Huh, how do you probe those without removing solder mask? Well, I'm definitely not in the mood for removing solder mask right now, so I'll take my leave. So once again, thanks to everybody who stuck around, and thanks to 104 for the raid, and of course, thank you to Squiggle Mouse for all the moral support. I hope things are entertaining for everybody, and I don't think I need to do much in terms of rating. Right now, I can't. I'm very tired. I can't form sentences. So I will end it here, and maybe tomorrow morning I will find that GDDR6 pinout that I so desire. All right, have a good night, everybody.